Good afternoon, everybody. It's Saturday, my friends, and I am ready to jump back into some learning how to game dev here. Hopefully, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're all healthy, happy, and all of those things. Hope you all had a good holiday. Those of you who had a holiday, and hope everyone is having a good weekend so far. All those things. So, yep, good stuff all around. So I have to get back up to speed to where I was. I think we were still in the process of integrating uniforms into our processing here, as well as actually processing the shaders and stuff. I think that's where we're at. Yeah, getting the scene render has like the shader in it and the uniform. I put those in there. So shader program they have here. So let's see. What do I have here? I've got shader, and I've got shader uniform manager. Okay. So they have, what do they have? Just two private things for that. All right. Private shader. Shader uniform manager. Uniform manager. Oh, right. Then we have to load up a bunch of shader files and stuff. Resources, shaders. Okay. So a vertex shader and a fragment shader. So in there, so they have that in the constructor. So I guess that makes sense right now. Public model renderer. Because I'm gonna have just hard-coded resources right now. Shader module data list. Oh, I see. I mean, that can just be up here. Private static final list shader data, was it called? I just called it shader module data. Okay. Shader files. Equals list of. We'll do shader module data, and then it's vertex and fragments. So we'll do resources. What did I call it? Resources shaders. I do have it under there. Okay. Resources shaders model dot vertex shader, and then this will be GL46 dot GL vertex shader. And then new shader module data resources shaders model dot fragment. GL46 GL fragment shader. Right. All right, and then create uniforms. Okay, so then here we just do shader equals new shader files, and then private void create shader uniforms. Right. Okay, so uniform manager equals new. Uniform manager shader dot get ID. Okay, projection matrix, monometric view. I'm wondering here. Create uniform name. I want to do something here. Yeah, I'm gonna do dot dot dot. And I'm gonna say uniform names. And I'm gonna say here uniform names. I guess I can't do that, huh? Because it's a it's just it's a bunch of strings. Oh wait, do I have to? I have to do a string array, don't I? To do that, right? Or it probably makes it a string array, right? For uniform name in uniform is, yeah, it does make it automatically make it a string array. There we go. That works. That'll be a lot cleaner, given what we're doing. So they want me to do it for projection matrix, model matrix. View matrix text sampler. And material dot diffuse. Just make sure this makes sense here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay. What we got here? So I feel like I could make these, they're going to be something very similar across things, that they could easily be like a constant or an enumeration or something. That's just creating uniforms. Okay. And we just call that from here. Cool. All right, what next? Inside the render, we gotta call shader bind, and then we gotta start setting these uniforms. So we'll do manager. What do I call her? Set uniform. Is that really add uniform? Is that what I'm doing here? Yeah, so I guess these are actually set uniforms because you're creating them and then you're setting them. So that was more valid to say that these are sets. And that is projection matrix. This takes, so I have model here. That takes an entire scene though. I guess I can see, do I have get projection on the model? No. That's the real issue here, is they have a whole other thing called scene. Projection, width and height. Texture cache and camera. There's not a whole lot in here that I care about, right? I mean, the camera obviously we'll probably care about, but projection is just the width and height. So, oh, that's another thing here. Math 2 radians. Tape projection matrix. Huh. I guess I gotta grab all that. All right, so we need a projection. A projection class. And this doesn't do much. At least not right now. What are we putting into it? putting into it? Just the projection matrix, which for our purposes is not going to change right now. Get projection matrix. So it's a matrix 4F set perspective. All right, well, that's what we'll do. We'll cut to the chase on that one and just do equals matrix. Set perspective. And that is field of view width divided by height, z near, z far. So field of view would be math 2 radius. Okay. Put that up here. And it's static final field of view equals, or float field of view. Equals float math dot 2 radians 90.0. And z far, z near, float. And 0.01 F. Okay. So this is z near, z far. So if you use the first one and then width divided by height. Okay. Which I don't think I have in here. So I have to say, where do I put those at? I just have them hard coded. 600 by 600. I mean, for right now, we're just going to do that. All right. And we're just giving that to here. So we'll just say projection matrix. Because I'll obviously want to change that stuff once I have the resizing of the window and all that stuff put in. But right now we just have a static window size, and I just want to get something working, and then we can screw around and move things around and kind of get it to be better in all respects of the term. So get camera, get view matrix. So camera here. Direction, position, right, rotation, up, view matrix. So when you do it, it just creates new vector 3Fs and a matrix 4F for view matrix. Okay. And what's this doing? It's just calling get view matrix on it. So that's just going to be pretty much an empty matrix 4F here. Which I assume is just all zeros. So what we're going to do so we want set uniform view matrix view matrix. I'm just going to do new matrix 4F. That one. And then text sampler as 0, which I guess that's just they're doing text as a text in shaders, I guess. All right, so the models. So I have just the one model that I care about, and that's, so then we take the uniforms map and set uniform material diffuse. So model get material list, right? That's the first thing they do before they get the texture. So do uniform manager. Material dot diffuse. And it's material dot get diffuse color on that. And then set the model matrix. Loop over to entities, which we only have one entity, so let's just set the model matrix right before the GL draw elements. Okay, so uniform. Set uniform. Model matrix. And that is entity get model matrix. Although that really, it's not going to change. I only have one model, so I don't need that inside a loop here. But so we'll put this outside the loop. But model that get matrix. I don't have that. Oh, because it's on entity. Alright, so what's entity here? Model matrix is new matrix 4F. That's to update the translation and stuff. Update model matrix. Okay. Do I have that on? Did I do the entity class? I did. Entity get model. So I just have to do model get entity. There's only going to be one, and then get model matrix on it. Okay. So I'll put this outside the loop. Say model. Actually, put it outside of both of these loops because it doesn't have to go over for material either, so it's, whoops. It's model dot get entities 0 get matrix. I set that. And then anything else. And then just do an unbind on the shader. Okay. Okay. So that has that. So now it's a matter of loading the shaders it's a matter of writing them and also processing them, it looks like. So let's see. Shader program. So I think I have all of this. So I'm guessing back in the engine here. Or not. Input updates. So here's the window. I think I actually have everything there. Right, casino. Doesn't do a whole lot. And creating the shader program actually creates the shaders and does the linking and stuff. So I guess it's a matter of they have a resources folder outside of the normal stuff. Okay. Yeah, where do I have my stuff at? So I'm going to put under source main resources. Which makes it available. That moves it around. Kind of want to keep it in a normal spot. That does mean, well, so where does that, so in the, jar file, it would end up in the root of the jar file. All right, so if I did where is it at? It may not actually apply here. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really apply in this case. But it's not like I'm not creating a war file or anything from it. Yeah, is it more of a pain in the neck putting it there? That's the real question right now. I guess it makes sense to have it at the root of the project. Maybe. Because it'll be easier to get at. Yeah, let me delete that. I guess we'll make it the root of the project here. Why not? Folder. I'll just make a folder called shaders. Yeah. For right now. Because they had a folder resources and then models and shaders and stuff. And it's like, I mean, there would be a file for like audio and stuff, but none of this is going to end up in the GitHub anyway. I mean, the folder itself can end up there, but the stuff inside the folder shouldn't. Is that true? Yeah, that's true. Because I wouldn't want to redistribute anything. So yeah, like that stuff would stay local. Like the models and all that stuff would stay local, but the shaders which I create would just be here. So I guess it would make sense to put that under source main resources like everything else, because that, well, the shaders have to get loaded. You want the shaders in the resulting jar file. But you don't want them to be difficult to get at. They would end up automatically in the jar file, though not necessarily loading them from the jar file, which is the other part. I'll keep them separate for the moment, and then I can always move them around later. So we'll just say shaders like that. Here, do new files. This is all right. So we got that. Look at that one first. Version 330. I wonder if I do 460 as a version. Yeah, I guess I would do 460. No, we can find out. Version. I got location 0, location 1. Texture, coordinates, now vector 2, projection matrix, view matrix, model matrix. View matrix. And then main. I gotta remember this is C style, right? So it's gotta be this way. Because it's C style. Nonsense. GL position. Wait, does GL position, is that an actual call? That might be an actual call. Projection matrix times view matrix times model matrix times vector 4 position 1.0. Now texture coordinates equals texture coordinates. So I can see the C styleness of it, but it also kind of reminds me a lot of SQL stored procs, right? Because you got your in parameters, your out parameter, and then you got a bunch of variables you're declaring. And then this, I assume, is like a method call or something, maybe. Okay. So you have that. I'm sure they have an explanation of these. I'll just have to read them over. But it looks like it's the simplest ones we can do here. Frag. Fragment color. And vector 2 is the texture coordinates. Vector 4 fragment color. Material. So this is the material diffuser setting. Uniform sampler, 2D texture sampler. Oh, D? Sampler 2D. Uniform material. Color equals texture. Plus material dot diffuse. Okay, so I have those, right? So I guess where does that put me now? I guess I could try running, or let's try compiling. I could try compiling and running to see if anything happens. Okay, it exploded, which makes sense. Index 0 out of bounds for length 0. Oh, I never put it in there as an entity, I guess. Okay. Let me just do it as a new matrix 4F for right now. Just do that for the moment. Well, that's different. So the background is white for some reason. Oh. That crashed thorium. Why is that crashing my browser? That's really weird. Why did that crash? Also, where do all my tabs go? Recently closed. There we go. Wait, that's still where it's supposed to be. What the hell crashed then? Oh, it crashed Eclipse? Okay. So when I'm cleaning up stuff, I must be just going crazy. Why is this... Why did that start up? Anyway. Yeah. Clearly when I'm cleaning stuff up, it's going insane and just cleaning stuff that doesn't belong to it. Which is a bit crazy. I don't know what would be even causing that. Nothing in the logs. Indicate what's going on there with that. That's a thing. Okay. Let me think here. So in main. Wait, model file is not used? What? Load model. Model loader. What? Still here. It was definitely loading the model. It's just everything was the wrong color. It's probably due to this. Material color, process material. I don't know why I'm getting these random errant warnings here that aren't correct. There we go. It's a little bit better. Render. So what if I, just for kicks and giggles here, let's comment that out for a second. Run this. All right, we got black background. Okay, so, and that terminates relatively safely, seems like. Okay, so that's good. Let's come into here. So if I don't if I don't find the shaders, I should just get the white model on the background, right? No, I get nothing. Oh, because, well, it should have recompiled. Not getting anything there. So So start the new engine. We knit with loading the model. Set the position on it. So entity, what's entity set position here? That's all that is. It's just holding that. It's not until you update the model matrix that it does the translation rotate scale. To think about this for a second. You know what? Let me stand up and stretch for a couple minutes and take just a short, like 2-minute break or so. And I'll mull this over a little bit, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So my guess here is that at some point during their startup here, they're scaling their model down and pushing it away from the camera so that it doesn't take up the entirety of the view. And I'm not doing that because I don't have everything wired up. So let's see if we can kind of figure that out. Primary monitor, video mode with height. Clean up. Soft buffers. Alright, and then load the model, we add the model. Yeah, set position 002. Or -2, I should say. 00 -2. That's on the entity. Entity set position. So do that. But merely setting the position doesn't follow the update model matrix, right? But adding the model to adding the entity to the scene, I bet does. So scene add entity. This is why I don't like a lot of their methods, because a lot of their methods have side effects that they shouldn't have. And this is what happens when you have lots of side effects for calling things, is that you don't know where crap is going down. But this is not. This does not appear to have a side effect to it. Just getting the model ID and adding it to the entities list. Which is just a plain old list. So nothing weird's going on there. And default color is black, so we're not using the default color. We're using whatever we read in. this render class here, which does the create capabilities. Depth test cull face. Back face coloring. Did I put these into the main here? Do you know create capabilities? I think I did. I think I did. Not there. No, why do you keep searching that? I want you to search over here. There we go. There we go. GL create capabilities. GL clear color buffer bit, depth buffer bit. I have that. I don't have the enable depth test, cull face, or GL back, do I? I mean, I could do that. GL enable. These depth tests. GL cull face, GL back. Okay. I don't know if that will make all that much of a difference right now, but let's certainly try it. And let's find our shaders again. Okay. All right, well, we're definitely zoomed in. Which is not where we want to be. That's definitely something to work on there. So I need to push it back out a little bit. Not zoomed in, but the camera, like I think the model's at 000 and it's too big. And so the camera's also at 000, so we're like in the middle of the model, question mark. So I think I just need to kind of scale it down and push it away from the center. If I'm thinking of it correctly, which who the hell knows if I am. So if that's the case, where do I actually initially create the model? So we have model loader. All right. I think this is fine. Model renderer, we were just looking at. Entities where they have like the position and stuff, but am I actually calling get position or anything on this guy? I don't think I am. No. Is update model matrix even being called? No. Because I'm not really even loading up the entity. But over here they are, right? Scene render. So they're looping over the entities. And they're getting the entity model matrix. Drawing the triangles. So what I need, so entity get model matrix is here. It's not actually doing anything other than returning the model matrix. Which, that's the thing that I'm finding weird, is like they have an update model matrix here, but I don't know if they're, I don't know where they're calling it. Because you would think that that would be something you need in order to actually have this be interesting. So it must be in scene, I bet. I'll clean up. Update projection matrix. So resize. This is updating the projection matrix, which I'll need that when we, in order to support resizing the window, which we don't support right now, which is why I left it off. Model loader, I think I've pretty much got everything in model loader here. I don't think I missed anything. Because it's definitely loading the model and stuff. And one of the other things that I'm doing that I don't think they're doing is I think they want to, I think they're moving and rotating the camera, which makes more sense in the long run because the camera is basically you, the person. So if you're moving through a scene, that's the way you would do it. You wouldn't rotate things in the scene. and I'm just keeping the camera steady and I'm just rotating the object, which is why it looks, which is probably part of the reason why it looks weird as I'm rotating, but so that's why I haven't done the camera stuff yet. Because I just wanted to, like, I just wanted to load the textures, and I wanted to eventually to be able to just rotate the model itself with the arrow keys. Just a very rudimentary thing. Then obviously I want to get a proper game loop in here that has, you know, that's a thread that's being called on a timer, so that we have, you know, eventually correct physics and all that stuff. See, this part is bothering me. Because they set the position, which makes sense, but then they never actually update the entity matrix. At least not directly. Oh, here, okay, here's where they're doing update model matrix here under update. Got it. Okay. So, and this is called set rotation update model matrix. That is called where? Must be under window. I don't know why that would be. I mean, that's in the main class, right? Yeah, who's calling this? In this file, 2 references. AppLogic update. AppLogic update. Engineet. AppLogic init. Run. AppLogic input. Oh, here it is. AppLogic update. So I think what I need, if I can pluck these out of here, is model matrix. Okay. So first of all, I need to create an entity, because I don't think I'm actually creating an entity. Which is so model matrix is a matrix 4F, right? So they're just calling translation rotate scale on that. Position is that. Okay, so let's do that part. Just do this part here. Somewhere. Somewhere. Do it in the renderer here, I guess. No, where do they do it at? Do they do it in this? They're doing it in the engine they're calling updates, which I know why they're calling it here, but scene render. Well, it's got to get set before it's used here, right? So I feel like this is the most important part for it to get set there. Because everything else is just screwing around with that matrix 4F, right? So there's nothing that's doing an OpenGL call. All right, it's just setting it up for the shader, question mark. That logic update. So over here. It's changing a rotation on its own. Right, that makes sense. It's calling update model matrix. Okay. And then I don't think there's any other reference to it, right? It's just putting it in there and then letting GL draw elements chomp on it when it does the shader. I'm thinking. I think that might be the case. All right, so, well, I mean, we can play around with it. It's easy enough to play around with. So, got matrix 4F here. So we want a... let me look at entity here. So I can do... Let's just... Since all the methods are in here, let me just, for crafts and giggles, create an entity off the model that we have. Which I was going to do anyway. And then I could just call the methods I already have. So what we do here is say, entity. See, this is a bad spot for it though, right? Because this is going to... How many times is render called? Render's called all the time, right? It's called in the main loop, right? Yeah. So I don't really want to do it there. Which is the other weird thing about some of this stuff. Because... I mean, that's why they're giving you a scene. That's why they're passing a scene in here instead of the model, because of... I'm setting a lot of stuff over and over and over again that I don't need to set over and over and over again. Which, it's still... That still kind of bothers me a little bit. Like, does the diffuse color, is that actually going to change? Like we're doing GL draw elements. I guess you're getting the diffuse color that you already loaded. So you're looping over stuff you've loaded already. But like, why does that uniform have to get... You're setting a variable in memory. You're calling the shader. You're running the shader. The shader has to run every time it needs to draw the elements. So I guess that's why you have to set that every time, but it just seems... It seems so wasteful to have to... Like, the material is not going to change. And the diffuse color probably isn't going to change, although it might, I guess. But, like once you've done it once, what... I don't know, it just feels so... it feels so wasteful, but I guess it's just kind of the way it has to be. Yeah, let me do a create entity here. Private void create entity. And I'll put that as a private thing in here. Private entity. Because I only have one right now, and we can always integrate this later the correct way. Entity equals new entity, but I need an ID. We'll do model here. And I'll say, so what does this take? I just want to know what it takes. ID and then model ID. So I think it's just ship and then model get ID. And then what I can do is I can say, and I'll just say, instead of create, I'll say init entity, and then I'll say entity dot set position, and we'll say 0, 0, -10. And then entity set scale, and I'll scale it to half its size. We'll do 0.75, maybe. We'll see. 75% of its normal size. Entity set rotation. So it was, what did they set it to? I think it was like 0, 0. Where's that? 1, 1, 1, and then math.2 radians, and then whatever rotation. So I'll just say, I'll just keep it at 0 degrees and just convert that to radians. So, which is probably 0 radians as well, but whatever. So 111, and then that's 1, 1, 1, and these are all floats, right? Math, 2 radians, float, 0f. Oh, it's, whoops, that's a double that comes out of that. Put the cast in the wrong spot. And then I'm going to do entity.update model matrix. Right there. And then we come in here. I'm going to say if entity is null, init entity model. And that way it'll just set it once and then not set it again. And then everything else stays the same. Then all I have to do is say for the model matrix, do entity get model matrix. All right, let's try that. We'll just hack our way through that and see what happens. Okay, well, it's certainly smaller. And further away from the camera. So I think we'll wow, why am I crashing Eclipse? I guess I'm crashing Eclipse because it's running at an insane speed. I bet that's what's happening because I don't have any controls on it. Like I don't have it running in a thread and like controlling the FPS. So it's probably running at like 1,000 FPS and just crashing the hell out of Eclipse. Because it's definitely like, it's sucking up all the CPU is what it's doing. Because it's like the mouse is actually going slow and stuff. So that's a thing. It's still not loading the textures, which is a little bit annoying, but it is loading the model and it is pushing it back. I think let's set the scaling to 1.0 since I've pushed it so far back. I don't think I need to scale it. Now let's actually bring it a little bit further forward. Let's say 7. Or -7, I should say. Because remember, it's right-handed? Question mark. So X. So the origin's at the top left of the screen, with X running across something like that, right? Although I did just do the Z position and it went back. Yeah, I think it's X running across the top of the screen, Y running down the left of the screen, and then Z coming out of the screen, I think is how it goes. I think it's something like this. I forget. So positive Z brings it towards the screen, negative pushes it away. Positive X pushes it to the right, and negative pushes it to the left, and then positive Y pushes it down the screen, and negative Y pushes it up the screen. I think is how that goes. It's been forever since I've looked at any of this stuff. Back from the old DOS days. The old DOS days. Okay. I guess I should... Well, we know the model's loading, and I know that I've pushed it back and everything. The texture does not appear to be loading, but that's... I've clearly missed something else along the way, which is fine. But at least we're back to a point where we got a model loading anyway. I think what I need to do... Well, I want to make it so that it's not crashing Eclipse constantly, or really like taking all the system resources, which I think is what's happening. So I think I better implement the whole... Apparently Thorium has changed the default text when a tab's process dies. Okay. Interesting. That's great. All right. So I think I better implement that so that it's a good... It acts as a good citizen on the computer here. Otherwise, because I don't want it to constantly crash the machine every time I stop it, because we're going to be starting and stopping it a lot. So let's see if we can do that part here. I do like the idea of having stuff in a window method. Although, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. Like, on the surface, it sounds like a good idea. Like, put all of your window stuff in a class called window. But most games only have one window. So, putting everything in here seems a bit strange. At least initially. Although this does have like the window callbacks for resizing and stuff. So maybe it makes sense to do it there. The main method though, the main method I'm not totally on board with here. I'm somewhat on board, but I'm also not, because they've got the engine update essentially in here, which seems like it's just kind of hanging out in a wrong spot. And they've got the input update in here, which again seems like it's hanging out in the wrong spot. Right, because the main is really all it's really trying to do is start up the engine, right, and then handle like command line arguments and some cleanup tasks when you quit, right? Like, it shouldn't really be handling input and updates. That should be like in the engine, I would think. So that's the weird part there. Let's look at engine here. Now engine makes sense a lot because I want to be able to do both OpenGL and I also want to learn Vulkan. And so it makes sense to have like a, not an engine class, but rather a OpenGL engine and a Vulkan engine class. And then that way I can kind of keep those, potentially keep those concepts somewhat separated. It's going to be it's still going to be kind of weird because there's a lot of interdependency with loading the models and all that stuff, but you know, we can cross that bridge when we come to it. So they've got a target UPS, which I'm guessing is supposed to be target frames per second, but somebody misidentified it. Or no, I guess that's no, target updates per second. Okay. Yeah, because it's not really frames per second. It's updates per second. Because there's also a target frame per second. Okay. It's the updates per second that probably determine when the window update gets called, right? Or the game logic update gets called, I guess. And the FPS is just, what did they tie to the FPS? Mouse input. Oh, all the input they tied to the FPS? That seems like a bad idea, but okay. So what you're saying is if somebody changed the FPS on to 60 versus someone playing on 30 FPS, that the person running 60 FPS can get more input actions in? Seems like a weird thing to tie that to, but okay. Delta update. Yeah, so the update is to call the window update and then render. Wait a second. Oh, app logic update versus window update. So the window update's on the FPS, which makes sense, and the render is on the FPS, which also makes sense. But the app logic is updating at a different pace, which, you know, is, I think, correct as well. What are they doing? So they're saying, so the engine takes window options and creates the window. Sure. Okay. I think that's probably reasonable because the engine's going to determine how you create the window, because you might be calling OpenGL or you're calling something else. So I guess that makes sense. Because you want to abstract that out of the main method. The main method probably doesn't need to know. Probably shouldn't know. Anything about OpenGL or Vulkan for that matter. Other than to know what engine to start up, I guess. So that would make some sense. Some semblance of sense. So what are they doing? So time of update, they're doing 1000.0 divided by the target updates per second, which they've set to whatever window option says. Okay. Otherwise, it probably defaults to 30 updates per second. Sure, alright. So they're taking 1,000. So that must be, they must be doing milliseconds, because 1,000 milliseconds is 1 second, right? So they're gonna slice 1 second into 30 pieces. So do 30 updates per second. So that's what, like 3. So 1,000 divided by 30. Oh, it's probably a really easy calculation, and my brain's just not doing it. Oh, good. 33.33 repeating. That's, yeah, I mean, that's totally what you want. A repeating decimal. Okay, sure. So the target frames per second. So if we did 60 as the target FPS, so doing 1,000 divided by 60. So 1,000 divided by 60 gives you 16.67. I said that. I wonder if it makes sense to, I know 60 FPS is what you'd want. It's what everybody wants. But I wonder if it makes more sense to do 1,000 divided by 61. No, I guess not. Still an ugly decimal. Huh. Okay. Sure. But they're not really, I imagine they're working with whole numbers though, right? Because they're doing a delta. So they're doing now minus. So now is the system current time milliseconds. Which is not necessarily, I wonder if that would make a big difference. Because the current time, system current time milliseconds is not as accurate as the nano time. I think it's like system dot current time nano or something like that, or nano time something, which gives you the higher precision timer. And I wonder if the higher precision timer is necessary for this in this particular case, because you want to kind of get, you're polling it. I don't know. I wonder if that it probably doesn't, because we're not launching rockets and shit. So it's probably the millisecond timer is probably just good enough for our purposes. But they're doing a now minus initial time. Initial time is system current time milliseconds. So initial time is when the run method's getting called. And then update time is getting set to initial time. All right. And then the delta update is now, which is right here, minus the initial time, which was captured up here before all these were created. Divided by time u, which is the 1,000 divided by the target updates. And they're looking for, so now minus the initial time. And they're looking for a target. So look if, okay, so in the case of a delta update, they're looking for it to be greater than or equal to 1. Which I'm struggling with here. So greater than or equal to 1 on the delta update. So they're saying if it's 1 millisecond between now and the initial time, divide it by what was that other one? 66. Okay, wait a minute. So 1,000 divided by 30. 33.33. So they're taking now minus the initial time, dividing it by 33.33. Adding it to delta update, and if delta update is greater than or equal to 1, so they're waiting for the, so they're slicing it into a third. Adding it onto the delta update, and once that gets to 1 millisecond, or greater, then it's doing an update, and then it's taking 1 millisecond back off of it. That doesn't seem correct at all, because you're not getting a stable, you're not getting stable updates then, right? Because the delta update, if the delta update was 2, and you, because, you know, the system was bogged down or something, and you subtract 1 from that, you're going to do another update immediately. Like, that seems completely wrong. That seems completely off base. I mean, not just off base, but it seems like it's, oh, well, I'm sorry. No, delta update gets set to 0 at the top of the thing. So I guess it never would get to 2 in theory. But I mean, that still seems really strange. Because you're working in the, you're doing now minus the initial time. So the only thing that's running, no, I am right, because this is not getting set to 0. This is inside of a loop. This is inside of while loop. So you could have like a delta update of like 3, and now you're going to get 3 logic updates in the space of a loop here. Like, what the ever living hell are they doing? And at the bottom of the loop, they're setting initial time to now. Initial time to now. Well, it's not even at the bottom. They're doing it. Well, yeah, no, it is at the bottom. They're doing initial time to now. The loop starts over again. But here's my problem here. This is a thread. No, it's not a thread. I was gonna say it looked like a thread, but it's not. It's got thread-like stuff, start and stop, and run, but it does not implement or extend thread. So they're doing a single, so it's single threaded. Okay. I mean, that's fine, I guess. It's not really fine, but you know, that's whatever for right now. So initial time equals now, and then they're doing now again when the loop starts over again. Which they never do a yield or anything, so the loop is going to immediately start over again. Well, okay, I'm sorry. They're polling for events, which might have a break in it. GLFW poll events. Which, yeah, I think that I don't think that stops though. It just polls for window events, right? Or polls for input events, or whatever, or both. Because I think I have that. I had that for the input stuff. Over here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, poll for window and input events. So that's not really, that's just a poll that's just happening. I mean, that can take some time, certainly. But so, I mean, that might take a little bit of time, and then now would drift by a couple milliseconds, we'll say. Although they're thinking it's going to be less than 1 millisecond. Which I'm not entirely sure about. Like, what I'm getting at here is this does not look like the correct way to do that. Like, you're not really... You're not really time slicing here. Like, the input and the update are just going to happen constantly. Right? Because you're saying, like, target FPS is less than or equal to 0, which I'm not sure how that would happen. I guess, if you set the target FPS to less than or equal to 0. So if you set it to -1, then it just runs continuously. Sure, okay, and then delta FPS is greater than or equal to 1. But like, every time this guy fires off, this guy's going to fire off, right? Because they're not doing this right here. Like, that's what's That's what's got me boggled. This does not look correct. From what I'm seeing here. Because I would expect if your target frames per second is 60 and your updates per second is 30, I would expect to see a call to render. I would expect to see twice as many calls to render as to update. And to me, it looks like it's going to call them basically both at the same pace. Because all of this nonsense up here is not amounting to really anything, because they're comparing it to 1. Right. And this is a millisecond timer. That's a millisecond timer. Like, you're getting numbers in milliseconds. And you're saying you're trying to slice this to less than a millisecond? Which, good freaking luck, I guess, on that one. Like, if you really want it less than a millisecond on things, then you should use the nanosecond timer. Right? Like, I don't understand how this is supposed to actually work correctly. See, to me, this shouldn't be 1. We should be looking on terms of, we should be converting stuff. Like, if you're looking at 1 here, we should be converting stuff to seconds, right? Like, it should be more like, like 60 FPS is supposed to be 60 times a second. 30 FPS is supposed to be 30 times a second. Which, when you're looking at milliseconds, that's 1,000 milliseconds is 1 second. So, if you're going to update your game logic at 30 FPS, then that's 33.34 times per second. Or if you round down, really 33 times per second that you're updating your game logic. Right? And it's 60 times a second that you're updating the drawing on the screen, the window. And probably polling for input 60 times a second. Although, no, I would say polling for input 30 times a second. So that, because that way everybody is on the same page there. You can't change that. But that does not look like what they're doing here. Maybe, I know I'm not great at math, but like, this has tomfoolery written all over it. In my brain, this has tomfoolery written all over it. Like, I would expect not a division, but a modulo here, right? So it'd be more like you're doing, and I wouldn't be doing, now minus initial time. It's just kind of weird. You would be doing some form of that, but it would be more like time since last update, right? So you want to do like, it wouldn't be initial time. Like, both of these wouldn't be initial time. It would be more like it'd be more like now minus delta update. And now minus delta FPS, right? Because you're adding these in here. And so the deltas will increase until they hit for the FPS it would hit 16 well, probably 17 because it's 16.66, right? So probably 17. No, probably 16. You'd round down. So it would hit to 16, and then that would trigger an FPS update, and the delta update, the logic update would hit 33, and then that would trigger an update. Not whatever the fuck they're doing here. Like, this makes no... Like, first of all, like, this might... I'm going to give them, the author of this book, the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say this works the way that they expected it to work. But this is somebody, like, look at what's happening, right? I'm trying to parse this code. I'm trying to grok what the hell's going on here, and I got nothing but red flags going off in my brain, which tells me that while this might actually work properly, it's terribly written, because no one in their right mind can read this thing and go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Right? Well, unless they've got a PhD in frickin' math, which I'm betting a lot of people don't have. So it's just it might be this is a big thing with me, and this is something that I see that when I was mentoring young junior devs, one of the things that I try to convey to them is the way you model something in code might be correct, but you might also be able to model it differently and have it be understandable and correct. Right? Because at the end of the day, yes, you want it to be correct, but you also want it to be easily understood and correct. If you can get both of those things to be true, then you have a piece of code that someone, like, if you get hit by a bus, someone else can come in and read your code and fix the bugs in it, or understand what's going on with it, update it for new logic, whatever the case may be. And this to me feels like a junior dev did it. I know it wasn't a junior dev that did it, but it feels like it's a junior dev that did it. Because this is the kind of thing that I would look at them and I'd go, all right, congratulations, you got it working. Let's put this down on paper. Let's write down what exactly you're trying to accomplish so that I can be on the same page as you. And then let's see if we can make this make a little bit more sense. Let's try using bigger numbers that have more of a logic around them. All right. Let's see. Rant over. But I think the spirit of this thing is correct. I think the implementation is not great. So I think what I want to do is I'm going to take bits of this and do it my way. And see if my way actually works, or if I'm just being a giant douchebag, which, I've been known. I've been known to be a giant douchebag. Sometimes you just can't help it. Sometimes you just wake up and you're just like, you know what? Today I'm a douchebag. You know, it's just, you know, sometimes it just, you know, you try your best to be good at things, and sometimes the world is just like, nope, not today. In general, I like the idea of the engine here. And so he's passing a thing to window. He's passing a function to window to do the resize, which I also think is correct way of doing it. Although I gotta wonder, like, how often are you gonna customize that resize? Right? But I guess there, I mean, I guess it makes sense in the long run, because you might want to, like, if somebody resizes the window, maybe you have to pause the game, or like maybe you have to do something like, because at some point we're going to have a finite state engine in the finite state machine in the engine to say, oh, game is running, game is paused, blah 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 blah. And so when someone resizes a window, you probably want to pause the logic in the game while the resize happens, and then unpause it potentially. So I can kind of see where they might be going with that, but at the same time, you know, that might be overkill for most iterations here. Or at least I could provide a constructor that automatically just has a resize that just does this, maybe. Like I can have an implementation of resize in the window that just has this, and then otherwise you can pass it your own implementation as a optional parameter, which I think is the best of both worlds there. But again, getting ahead of myself a little bit. So they have the window here. Window title. Window handle. Mouse input for the window handle. Get mouse input. Pull events. Resized. Engine target. Updates. Window should close. Okay. All right, well, let me go through the... I can use this as a baseline here. And I can get the... move some of my stuff out of main and into a window. So I think I want to what do I want to call it though? Because I kind of don't want to call it. I mean, I do and I don't want to call it window. I guess I got to call it... do it by package. So let's say new package, and we'll say engine say open GL window. OpenGL engine. And then I'll say new class. We'll say OpenGL window. Final logger. Factory. Oops. Get logger. Oops. Wrong button. Okay. And then we want private int with height int handle. Oh, long is the window handle. Okay. They may have final too, but yeah, I guess I could make it final because that effectively makes it a constant, which well, yeah, it would be a constant. You would want to destroy the window before you open a new one, so I could do that. With height, mouse input, we'll hold on to that thought. With height and resize function, which again, I'm going to hold on to that thought. So that's probably pretty good. Private final handle. You can't do that, can you? Yeah, it's already complaining about it. Yeah, because it's... Yeah. I feel like they didn't... I feel like they put this code up here and didn't actually test it. Like, it just feels that way. It just feels like they put this code here and didn't, like... Oh, yeah, that should work. And it doesn't. Like, it literally doesn't compile. Whatever. So window string title. Where the hell did they put the title at? I guess they don't save the title in the window title. I mean, nobody's gonna. I mean, in most cases, nobody's gonna see the title anyway. Or there's no real reason to change the window title, I guess, once you've set it. So. I'm just going to make it a constant. Private static final string window title. I can pull that out of main here, right? Yeah. Actually, that could just go on a constants thing altogether, right? Don't I have a utility with constants in it? No, I guess not. Whatever. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It matters not. Generate. Generate constructor using fields. Do that. Get rid of the super. Don't need it. Okay. And in the actual construction, they start doing like the window hints and stuff. I'm going to move these into an init. Because I don't like putting stuff, I don't like putting that much into the constructor. Just in general. Private void init. So GLFW init. So we can start pulling stuff out of main here. So pull this out. Out. Do this. Grab those and see where they go here. It should be with and oops. Right. And I guess I could turn these other things back on that I had here. I think I turned those off for just in case. Compatible profile, GL true, yeah. GL FW maximized is true. I don't want to do that yet. But I see what they're going with there. So frame buffer size callback. GFW create window here. Set error callback. Set key callback. I can do, these are, I definitely want those, but we're going to wait on those. Make context current window handle. So so we gotta do these. I guess I'll pull those in right now. Down here. This should be handle, but I'm gonna comment that out for right now. Oh, excuse me. This is minus width, minus height. Handle there. Make sure they're doing those in here. Swap interval 0. Okay, so if you have an FPS set, if it's greater than 0, then set it to 0, otherwise set it to 1, which sets it to the VSync. Okay. Show window handle. So VSync setting that as 1. Otherwise we set it to whatever your FPS is, but I'm going to leave it at 1 for right now. Okay. So cleanup is a good method to have next here. Private void cleanup. And that, I think we have that. Down here somewhere, terminate program. Yeah. Do I want all of those there? I guess I do, because they're all set up in the window. FW terminate, DLFW, destroy window, free callbacks, set error callback to null. Okay. So let's get rid of those. Up here. This should be public. Pull it from in there. And this should be window title. All right. What else we got? Some getters, some callbacks, resize. So we have an update that does the swap buffers in the update. Okay. And then the GLFW window should close handlers here, which also makes sense. So public void update. I have this in main already, don't I? Yeah, GLFW swap buffers. Right there. And actually pull events. Window input output events probably should be in there too. Where's that at? Oh, it's got, they put their own method there for poll events. Okay, that makes sense. That, that goes there. And public Boolean window should close. I'll just say should close. And that goes here. Okay. All right. And I just need to put this into inline here in the main. So we just do new window. Although this is going to go from, this has got to go into engine, right? Which I'm about to do next here, rather than main. So yeah. Okay. I'm going to comment this out because this is still good code. I just have to integrate it. Oops, that is not what I wanted. Let's try that again. There we go. Good. Set current rotation and get rid of that now because we have that kind of, sort of. All right. Where are we at? Do we want to make an engine class? Class in GL engine. Let's see what they've got for engine here. So the updates per second. Okay, updates per second. The model, or in their case, the scene. Boolean saying it's running. Where's that being used at? Running is true. Okay. Wait, did I ever set running to... Oh, they have stop here to set it to false. But when does stop get called? It doesn't. Because this is sound source. So, yeah. Alright, so we don't need that right now. Okay, so updates per second. Now I guess I'll just put the FPS in here too. Now, although I don't really have it set, I'm using the VSync, but we'll do it anyway. We'll do it anyway. So say private static final logger equals logger factory logger engine class private static final engine logic updates per second equals 30. Oh, this should be integer? What did they make it? Float? No, I made it integer. Okay. Private static final int default frames per second 60. Okay. And then we need to hold on to the window. I guess. Where should I using a window here? They're only using it. Well, they're using it during cleanup. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's used during cleanup. So, all right. So, window. Private window, or what's open GL window. Okay, it wasn't showing up as an option there for some reason. And then I don't think we need render scene init running. That calling back into main really bothers the shit out of me. It's calling init back here. Yeah, that bothers the ever-living crap out of me. Like, this should not be in here at all. Like, it's just completely out in left field. Anyway. Engine. So there's not much going on in the constructor other than initializing the scene itself. All right, so doing this stuff with the entity, which I have taken care of in the model thing. So really, it's just the model renderer. I've taken care of that right now. So really, I just have to call. I have to call load model, and I gotta do the create capabilities and stuff. I'm surprised I don't see that over here. Where do they do that at? Is that? I wonder if that's in the window here. No. Oh, it must be in the scene render. Which I don't really have. Where the hell? Scene render. Here we go. How about scene? No. How about render? It's in render. Okay. Sure. Yes, I just have to pull those over. Oops, that's the wrong way. Go this way. That's the main loop, because the main loop is going to be in the engine now. So I'm going to do... Yes. Yes? Or no? Should the main loop... here's a good question. Should the... Well, the main loop is based on whether or not the window should close. So yeah, the main loop should be in the engine. Yeah, I think I've answered my own question, because the engine knows about the window handle. So for now, I think that makes the most sense to put it there. So I'm going to take the main loop. Yeah. And we're going to go over to the engine. I'm going to paste that in here. Find a spot for it. It also needs the load model, which makes sense. So grab that, and I'll put the model file thing in there too for now. Because again, we're not going too crazy with it. We're just kind of moving things around a little bit. So I got that. And over here, go and copy that. Yes, this is looking slightly better. That up here. Okay. Then I need that model hanging around too. So main, grab this here. Put that over here. That means our main method basically has all of this stuff removed from it. Do that just to make sure I've got everything. So main loop those away. Keep the keyboard callbacks in here just so I don't lose that code right now. I mean, I'm not going to lose it. We're checking it into source control, but it's a lot easier to just uncomment it than to go back into history and grab it. Okay, that's good. So that's an error right now, but that's good because it should be an error. Engine. Okay, so we've got the main loop. Now they had this in an initialization thing, right? They had it in render, which I think is called from their initialization stuff. Somewhere. God only knows where they call this thing at. But anyway, don't they have like a... So their main loop is just called run. Which I'm not going to call it run because I'm not actually implementing threading yet. When I actually implement threading, then I will call it run. With the appropriate start stop. Okay. I would run. They call init there. They have cleanup. Call cleanup on all the things. Scene cleanup, window cleanup. Did I copy those over? I don't think I did. So, they're in window, aren't they? Hey, Premiere, welcome on in. How you doing? Well, cleanup has some things in window, but I need to call Windows cleanup. Loop. Okay. First things first. So I am actually going to do a... Oh, should I call it start? I'm going to call it init. Public void init. Not too bad. Been busy lately. Yep. Okay, that's good. Being busy can be good. Can be real good. I've been doing pretty good. We just had a good Thanksgiving and everything. Some good food and stuff. Nice cheat day for a change. Which, hilarious thing about that is, I mentioned this on last night's stream, but it was, you know, I've been stuck at the same weight for about 2 weeks now, which is about normal for me, and before it starts to go down again. And on Thanksgiving, I did a full cheat day, which means I didn't exercise, and I just ate, drank whatever I want. And then the next day I get up and I'm 1 pound lighter. I'm like, damn it. This always happens. Go through, I regiment my, diet, and I exercise every day, and then as soon as I don't diet and don't regiment as soon as I don't diet and I don't exercise, I start to lose weight. Uh, it's just funny after a while. All right, so init, we'll do window equals new GL window, and we'll do 600 by 600. Okay. And I guess no, I guess load model can stay right there. Model render, all that stuff can kind of stay there. These just become calls to window. So while not window dot should close. All right. And then this becomes window dot update window dot poll events. All right, so get those out of there. Okay. So now the trick is I need to integrate this logic updates per second and stuff. So I've moved the problems around, but I have yet to solve the main problem. That's working out. Been stuck with what weight I am. Yeah. Am now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. But, you know, it's I'm not in a race. I just wanted to I just want to make sure that it's still going down is really the thing, right? I'm fine with it taking, 2 weeks before it starts going back down again, but it's when it takes longer than that that I'm always worried that, like, okay, do I have to change something? Do I have to do something different and all that stuff, But I kind of had a little bit of an epiphany, because my legs swell, and when I first saw the doctor about it back in like 2020, right at the very beginning of the pandemic, I told them that in the wintertime my legs weren't as swollen. It was in the summertime that they were really swollen, which was true, and is still kind of true. But I realized something, and I think that kind of drove them down a path of being like, well, it's this other thing. And I'm like, I just realized this year, though, because we had that like bout of warm weather in this month, earlier in this month, and I went from like fall/winter clothing back to spring clothing for a little bit, and then back to the fall clothing, and my legs kind of like, it went from them being not so bad to being a little bit worse to being not so bad again. they're bad. They're still swollen, but they're not like as swollen. So they went up and they went down. They went back up again. And so I think I realized that it's a mechanical thing, not a reaction from my body to the weather, to the temperature, because I think they thought initially it was like a temperature thing. Whereas it's more of a, like, when I was, in my shorts, I don't wear over the calf socks. I wear just ankle socks. And when I have my long pants on, I wear over the calf socks, and I think the over the calf socks are acting, even though they're not compression socks, they're kind of acting like compression socks a little bit. And I think that was the whole difference, is that my legs aren't as swollen because I'm actually squeezing them into socks, which is good. Because, they do say I need to wear compression socks, even though they're not technically compression socks, but they are a lot more comfortable than a normal compression sock. So I think when I go to see this other doctor, I think I have a better scenario for them to look at and be like, I think it's actually not what everyone thinks it was. I think the initial diagnosis was based on some faulty information, and now I have a little bit more information. So I'm trying to gain, was under for a long time. Oh, here you go. Yeah, I'm trying to, I just need to drop another 100. Well, really, it's like 97 pounds right now. Just to kind of get back to something reasonable. I have a feeling that's it's already, the 40 that I've already lost has already made a good impact on, like, my sleep apnea and stuff. Like, my sleep apnea scores are really, really good. Like, they're really low now. Which is a good thing. Like, it's like number of non-breathing instants per hour, and you're supposed to have like less than 5 is good, and I've been like under 5 consistently now, whereas I was like up and down constantly. And I started out at like 16, 17 per hour, and now I'm down to like 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. And it's really, I guess it really depends on, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just like whether or not I got decent sleep or not, I guess. It just kind of changes on its own randomly sometimes. But it's always been now under 5, so I think that's some good stuff going on there. So I just I think some of that's kind of clearing up a little bit, which is nice. And I just gotta see if some of this other stuff just clears up just from not being so heavy and stuff, and having some exercise and all that. And my blood pressure has definitely been affected, because I've been taking my blood pressure. I've been measuring my blood pressure before I take my pills in the morning, and it's still elevated. It's still like in the yellow, but it's nowhere near where it was. Like, it was like one in the 150s. Now it's like 130. And the low number is a lot lower, and the heart rate is like in the 50s. So like my pulse is in the 50s. So it's like things are changing. It's just taking a while, which is fine, as long as it's just constantly changing for the better, you know? Never heard. Sleep? Never heard of sleep. Yeah, I know. I hear you. It does feel like that sometimes. Like what is this thing you call sleep? I know not what you talk about. No, I get it. I trust me. And to be fair, when I say sleep, it's usually like I'm lucky I get about 6 hours. Everything out there is like, oh, you got to get like 7 hours of sleep at least. I'm like, yeah, good luck on that. Like 7 to 8 hours. I'm like, I haven't gotten that much sleep since I was a teenager. It's usually about 6 hours now, and then after that, it's all pain until I actually get up and just forget about it. But it's still. I mean, the good thing is that it's higher quality sleep now, which is a lot nicer. Like I'm actually like my brain's actually kind of sort of working again. I don't feel like a zombie all the time, which is quite nice. Quite nice. So they're doing, so I guess I will do, yeah, I guess I'm going to do this the way that I think it should be done. App logic update, render. Yeah. Usually have to pass out to sleep. Yeah. I mean, the thing with that is I have a thing, I do have kind of a problem where it's like I have to tell myself to go to sleep. You know what I mean? Like it'll be like 1 a.m. and I'll be like, man, I kind of feel like working on this thing or working on that thing. And I gotta just look at the clock and I gotta be like, nope, I have to force myself to go to sleep. Like I have to drop everything and go to sleep. So I kind of have to make a conscious decision to go to sleep. But it used to be the same. I used to be like that too, where it was like, oh, I'll just keep working on this and I'll work on that, and eventually I'll just doze off. And while that's true, eventually I'll just doze off. A lot of times you just end up with so little sleep that it's just it's cumulative after a while, right? Like you don't like, you know, you binge, you know, you cram, you know, for a week or two, and it's just you figure out it's nothing, you know, whatever. And so you do it a little bit more, and you do it a little bit more, and eventually all that crap just comes back and hits you in ways you never thought it would ever hit you in, right? Like you end up with these health things that you'd never imagine had anything were even remotely related. Plus I have the added disadvantage of, like, you know, my you know, I've had family members that had dementia and Alzheimer's and stuff like that, and it turns out if you go long enough without having decent sleep, you increase your risk of all of that stuff. And that's the one thing I'm trying to avoid as much as I can, because that is not I mean, to the person going through it, it's nothing, but to everyone else, that's a rough time. You know what I mean? You try to do that, your mind gives that ringing sound. Yeah, it's. I mean, I have the problem of like sometimes you hit the pillow and your brain just will not. It's just going a mile a minute and it just won't stop. Um, but I find that at least for me anyway, if I lay horizontal long enough, it'll eventually just give up and it'll be morning. You know, I'll wake up in the morning and be like, oh, okay, I actually did fall asleep somewhere along the way. You know, I know that's not the same for everybody, but that just kind of like sometimes that's just what I have to do. I just kind of have to just understand that if I lay there long enough, it'll work itself out. Or worse comes to worse, like on particularly like noisy nights, brain noisy nights, I should say, I have a chair that's really comfortable, and I'll just go sit in that chair, and I'll drag the like mask over the CPAP machine and everything. I'll put it on a tray table and I'll just drag it over and I'll sleep in that, or I'll sit in that knowing full well that in a few minutes I'll be asleep. It's one of those chairs, right? It's just like, it's super comfortable, and at some point, if you just close your eyes just for a second, you're going to be out for a while. So I've done that on occasion. So it's helpful to have something like that as well. It may not be the most. I mean, it's comfortable. It may not be the best night's sleep, but it's a night's sleep. Yeah. And worst comes to worst, you wake up like 2 hours later. Your arm is maybe like, you've lost the feeling in your arm or something, and you just kind of get up, crawl over the bed, and just lay down properly, and then you're good for the rest of the night, That tends to do it. Calling render. Let's see if I can implement this. Let's go. Initial time equals system that current time milliseconds. And then we want, you can sleep in odd places, especially a bus or a long field trip. It just seems odd. Yeah, I mean, it's I find it comes down to just a lot of times for me personally, if I'm struggling to sleep, it's because either the room is too hot or I just am just a little bit uncomfortable, like laying in bed a certain way, and it's just not like I'm just not finding the comfortable spot. And as soon as you find something that's like comfortable and maybe not like, maybe you're cold, like a little bit cold, but not like freezing, but just like a little bit cold, and everything just kind of works out that way. I don't know why that is. No idea. But that's just kind of what it seems to do sometimes. So how did they do this? Okay. Do that as a float. Let's see. Delta. Delta logic. Timer. Would be now minus initial time divided by logic updates per second. Not even that. That's not even correct, is it? This is not even correct. So what I want to do... Glad to see the coding going good. It's not bad. I mean, I've got the model loading and going on screen, but I still don't have the... and I got the shaders running, but I still don't have the actual textures working, which I have to figure out, but right now I'm just kind of like... I'm trying to make it so that it doesn't... the problem I'm having right now is it's rendering... I think it's taking all of the system resources when it runs, because it's crashing Eclipse, and it's like the mouse is kind of barely moving when it's running. So I'm trying to like reduce the number of updates per second and stuff like that to try to not monopolize so much of the system resources potentially. We'll see. We'll see if that actually works. So, let me see here. So I think what I'm gonna do is just for now, I'm gonna go private void render. I'm gonna move this stuff into render, except for the window. Keep that up here. And I'll do model renderer, put that in there. Just do render. Like that, and then let's do Boolean should render. And in here I'll put, well, no, this will be fine. So we'll say do now. Now minus, so should render, so it's, or no, long initial time. No. Yes or no? The first time through, it should render. So what I want to do, that's why this initial time is throwing me off, because the first time through it should always render. So initial time doesn't make any sense. So do private float delta logic timer private float delta frame timer. Set both of these to 0. Right. And what I want to do we do need a previous time. No. So we do shit. Yes. We don't set these yet. What we do is we say go now, and we say now minus the last shit. How do I want to do this? I need the last update. Okay, this is what's throwing me off. What we're going to do, these aren't going to be deltas. These are going to be last logic updates. Last frame updates. Timer. Right, and so this would then be this would be correct, and then this would be now minus last logic, no, last frame, update timer. I have the wrong thing here. Delta frame timer. So now minus last frame update timer mod. Logic updates per second. Math.floor. What did I do here? From double to okay, that's fine. Doesn't have to be super precise. Right, so that would give me that will give me the remainder. So remainder has to be between 0 and 1. So, well, I guess it between, well, it could be shit. Hey, Frosty F4, welcome on in. If it's, yeah, between 0 or 1, or really it should be if it's greater than 1. So really it should be if it's greater than 1. Yeah, because it would be no. Java's so hard for you right now to learn. The syntax is so hard. It's, yeah, it can be. It can be. And there's a lot of, recently a lot of syntax changes and stuff. So it really depends on what version of Java you're using too, because they've been adding a lot of syntactic sugar to it. I don't know when to use private or this. Well, so private is, so private is really just a visibility thing, right? So when I look at a object, what I'm trying to determine from that object is what should other things care about as far as that object is concerned. How self-contained do I want the object to be? So by default, when I'm making an object or making a class, I should say when I'm making a class, I usually make things private right off the bat. And then I'll look at it and go, oh, this is a method that I know I'm going to call outside of this class, so I'll make that public. It's very rare that I do anything protected, because I don't usually have large object graphs, like, this object extends this object, extends this object. I tend to not do that very often. So it's rare that I'll do anything protected or declare something as protected. But most of the time I start with making it private. And then once I look at it, I go, okay, this is going to be something that I want to call from outside the class. So I'll make it public. You don't know when to use public static void or public void without static. Well, I mean, that makes sense because you're also struggling with this, right? So the best way to look at this, right? So I've got a variable here called window. And no one outside of this class, like this variable is used only within this class. No one outside of this really cares about window, right? So I've made it private. It's also an instance variable, meaning it's not static, and it's not, meaning it's not static, basically. And so what that means is this guy only exists when an object of this class is made. So when you do new OpenGL engine, that's when this guy exists. Now these up here are constants because I've made them final, right? I've made these static, which means that they're part of the class definition itself. So even when I don't have a new OpenGL engine, I don't have an object of OpenGL engine, these guys exist. So in other words, I can come over to my main method here and I can say OpenGL engine dot, well, they're not public. So let's make one public. So if I come over here and I just make this, let's just make this one public right now. That's the easiest way to show this. So I come over here, I didn't say new OpenGL engine, right? I can, but I didn't. I'm just doing OpenGL engine. Means I'm referencing the class, and now I can say, oh, I can reference model file, right? Now, why can I reference model file? I can reference it because it's part of the class, not part of an instance of the class, not an object of the class, right? Otherwise, if I wanted to reference those things and they were, like for instance, if I wanted to reference window, if I go over here, and let's just, for the sake of argument, let's make window public, right? Well, if I come back into main here, I can't reference window this way, right? It just doesn't, it's not an option. So the way I have to reference that is to say new OpenGL engine dot, oh, look, there's window, right? Because I've had to create an object of OpenGL engine to get to that window, because it's an instance variable. Similarly, the keyword this references the current instance of the object that is declared. So a good example would be if, let's just say in this init here, I wanted to, let's make this static. Oops. So this is now a static method, and it's going to complain because, you know, window is not static. But we'll fix that in a minute because it's public, right? But it doesn't have to be public, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so we'll make init static. So what I could do, I don't have a constructor declared in this class, but you get the automatic constructor, which is just it doesn't do anything other than create an object. So I could say this, right? And that will give me an instance of OpenGL engine. Am I doing this right? I'm not doing this right, am I? Invalid class type. Yeah, okay, so that's not going to work. But I thought maybe I was onto something there, but I'm not. I'm not the greatest at explaining these things. But basically, I could create, uh, new OpenGL engine here, and then say engine.window equals this. Then I could just call init from outside, and it would do constructor and all that stuff and bring it back, and set the window on it and everything, and not bring it back, but it's void. But it could do all that stuff, and that's like the static versus the instance of it. This is OOP, right? Yeah, this is OOP. Yep. I'm not doing. I'm not doing hardcore OOP. I generally don't. I do enough of it to get the job done. Let's put it that way. Because OOP is all about encapsulation and all that stuff. And one of the downfalls of object-oriented programming is that you can get really deep into the weeds, where you've got these giant object graphs of objects that extend other objects, that extend other objects, that extend other objects, that implement objects, that extend other implementations, that extend other implementations. And it becomes a freaking nightmare to try and figure out what the hell you're looking at and to navigate it. And I generally don't do that. I try to keep my object graph as flat as I can make it. I generally don't have too many things extending other things. I will do interfaces and stuff occasionally, but most of the time it's just, if I do it, it's out of necessity more than anything else, or it's because I'm going to be calling common functionality across a couple different objects and stuff. Usually I'm just mostly doing functional programming for the most part, and with some light object orientation, basically, because I feel like going full OOP, just as I said, it just makes the code harder to maintain and read, and all that. So, but yeah, I mean, those are like, everybody struggles with the fundamentals of object-oriented programming, because it doesn't make sense. It only starts to make sense after you work with it for a little while. Functional programming sort of intuitively makes sense because you're not muddying the waters with these abstractions. But it also makes it much harder to... It also means that you're going to write a lot more code. And that's a lot less encapsulated by and large. It's not to say you can't encapsulate it. It's just to say there's going to be some shared data at some level somewhere along the way. So that's really what it comes down to. It's like the biggest thing to understand is there's a difference between a class, which is basically just a definition, right? A class is the blueprint, and an object, which is an instance of that class, is the thing that actually exists in memory, right? And all of these things are based on that. The static becomes part of the blueprint. The non-static becomes part of the memory footprint. you know, and similarly, that's where the private versus public are really around what should this object expose to other objects and what shouldn't expose to other objects. Because I know when everybody starts out, they make everything public, right? It's just like, I'll just make everything public and then, you know, I can just call everything from everywhere. And the problem with that is, you know, for a small program, it's, you know, you've basically made everything a global variable, and it's like, it just becomes, you know, everything just kind of works out. But when you start to do something a little bit more complicated, it becomes that much harder to debug what's going on, because you can now change stuff in multiple places. So you think about making private is more like you're kind of putting a bottleneck in the works, right? You're saying, all right, this can only be called from one place. And you're centralizing your logic around where stuff is, so that when it invariably breaks, you limit the amount of classes you have to look at to try to figure out where this broke, right? So by making it private, you're saying, all right, this can only be called from one spot. And if this is going wrong, then I can easily trace back where it's going wrong. Whereas if it's public, well, now you got to figure out, well, okay, it could be called from like 6 different places. Which one of these places is doing it wrong? And similarly with variables, you know, if all your variables are public, anybody can change them at any point. And now you're like, okay, well, you've made life harder on yourself, because now you can't find where this variable is suddenly changing that you didn't intend to change, maybe. So that's really what it comes down to, you know. Did I have the same problem before? Sure. When I was first starting out, yeah. Trying to learn all the different mechanisms and stuff, like everybody does. It's just part of the learning process. And I started in C, so I was doing functional programming, and then object-oriented programming took me a bit, because it's a completely different beast. I went from like dealing with global variables and macros and all this stuff, and now I'm like, oh, there's encapsulation, and there's private, and there's public, and all that. You know what I mean? So, but it gets better when you put in the consistency of practice. Yeah, obviously. I mean, you start with Python. Yeah, I can see that. Like with anything, you practice enough, it starts to become second nature after a while. You just kind of have to power through it sometimes, you know? That's the way I've always looked at it. It's like eventually things will just make sense. You just kind of have to just be persistent. That's the word I'm looking for. Did I do any leak code? No, I didn't. No, I did. I was mostly I did C back in college for most of my projects until we had our first Java class, and then I switched over to using Java which was like my senior year at that point, and I started doing stuff in that. I didn't do any C++ at all, really. I did like maybe a tiny bit, but not really beyond that. And prior to that, I did. I was mostly I was doing like I learned C from a book that was teaching you how to do DOS game programming. Because this was like Windows 95 and DOS days. And I did that. So I learned a little bit of assembly language for that stuff, and did a little bit of basic, like quick basic from DOS. And then a tiny bit of Pascal, the Pascal language. And that was about it until I got my first job. And my first job, I did Visual Basic, which I hated, but it was a job, and it was hard to find a job at that point. So I got that, and then that company switched over to Java, and on one side, and then C# on the other side. And I got onto the Java side of things and haven't looked back since. I did one little stint for about a year in Ruby on Rails, and then went right back to Java again because that was a thing. And I've dabbled in other things, like I made a few modifications in like Elixir, which is another language out there, and stuff like that, you know. But it's like once you get one language under your belt, all of them tend to be easy to, like, they all have their quirks, but they all end up, you know, sharing a lot of commonalities. So, you know, if you got Python stuff, I'm sure there's some Python. I'm sure there's some Java stuff that looks and acts a lot like Python stuff too, you know, or vice versa, you know. Python's a breeze for you. Trying to get away from Python for now. Yeah, I mean, there's still some good stuff out there. There's jobs and stuff for Python, you know. But I can understand. One to spread your wings a little bit, take a look around at stuff. Yep. And honestly, if you haven't done any OOP before, Java is probably a good starting point as opposed to like C++. Because at least in Java took a lot of its object orientation from C++, but it dropped off a lot of the craziness, like destructors and templating and all that stuff that'll just drive you absolutely insane, and overriding operators and stuff like that. You know, things that are just insanity personified. You know, it kind of dropped a lot of that stuff off. It also limits itself, like, you know, especially when it comes to like polymorphism and stuff. You can do a little bit of it, but not a lot. And that's in C++. You can do basically anything you want. Not necessarily a good idea to do anything you want, but you can. You have 4 years of Python experience. Well, that's good. That's good. It's good to, I mean, everybody starts somewhere, right? The best thing you can do is to find something that you enjoy and start there, right? And just learn the basics there, and then just keep on moving on from that. I mean, you know, that works. You know, I see people starting in JavaScript. JavaScript works too. It's a good start. You can start there. There's a little bit of object orientation in there, but not a lot. You know, it's just like, you know, it doesn't really, when you're learning, it doesn't really matter what you're learning or what you're learning in, just that you're learning. right? And that you're trying stuff. Just, don't pigeonhole yourself. Don't get stuck on one particular language or one particular thing. Just, try a lot of different things. See what you like, follow what you like. You don't have to, I think everybody gets kind of hung up on I want to make I want to make a program, or I want to make, it's like, who cares? Just do hello world stuff. Do like tiny little nothing things, calculate lottery numbers. Who the hell cares, right? It doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to make something professional or interesting or even good. You just have to practice. It's like, it's like a musical instrument. You can try, you can keep hammering away at like Stairway to Heaven, but in reality, all you really need to do is just play a couple chords, learn how to do the chords, learn how to do little things here and there. You don't have to knock everything out of the park. That's not the point. The point is to play around, like, especially early on. Like, you're early on, just like play around with stuff. Just try things. You're trying to get out of your comfort zone. Yeah, exactly. That's the best thing you can do, because you'll learn more just by playing around and doing stupid stuff. I mean, I used to, for like the DOS games I used to play, I wrote a program that would just give me a binary delta between two save game files so that I could figure out. And I went into the game and I would, it was actually Wing Commander Privateer was the game. And I wanted to skip the early part of the game because I hated the Tarsus ship that they start you in, because it's a crappy ship. And I wanted to get to some of the better ships. And so I started the game up, and I spent some credits. Like, I saved the game, spent some credits, saved the game again in a different slot, and then I went and wrote a little C program to take a look at the two files and tell me all the differences between the two files, the two save files. And then I figured out from there, here's the part of the file that deals with the number of credits you have in the game, and then I just manipulated that part of the file and gave myself, max int credits. And then I was able to skip all the crappy ships in the beginning and get the best ship ever and go enjoy the game. It's just like, it was a stupid little thing, but I learned a lot by doing it. I learned how all that stuff worked and how the files were laid out and stuff. It doesn't have to be anything super crazy. It could be, I mean, in college we just did all the like little puzzle things, like Towers of Hanoi, and write a program to solve the Towers of Hanoi, and write a program to solve the 8 queens problem, where you have an 8x8 chessboard, you got to put 8 queens on it such that none of the queens are attacking one another. And it's like, it was these little tiny little nothing burger programs, but the point was you could write them relatively quickly. They didn't require a whole lot of code. They required a little bit of thought, and they required you to just kind of get even more familiar with the act of writing a program, right? It was just practice, and it that's all it has to be. You don't have to have this huge grand vision. It's exciting to have a grand vision of something you want to do, certainly, but you do yourself a disservice if you take on something that's too big. Just like, take on little things, do little things here and there, and just kind of run with it. some people will say do the advent of code stuff that's out there, but a lot of that stuff is kind of, it's a little too advanced, I feel like. Even for me, like I've looked at some of the advent of code stuff and I'm like, I really have no desire to even attempt some of these things. These are a little bit too off the wall and advanced. I'll pass. You know, it's better if you just pick stuff that you like. Just do stuff on your own and don't worry about having something that's usable or great or awesome. Just practice, you know? That's all. That's all. I mean, I get that a lot even with what I'm doing here. Like I'm trying to learn how to make a game engine, right? And you know, right away people are like, well, what's the game going to be about? What's the, what are you going to sell it for and all that stuff? I'm like, I don't know. I don't really care. This may not amount to anything. This may not be anything that I would sell. This may be just me playing around with something. You know what I mean? Like I don't have my only end goal is to learn how to do it. You know, because immediately people are like, well, you're doing it in Java, and like, how are you going to, like, that's not going to perform. Like, how's that going to be? Like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm just trying to learn. I'm using a language that I'm familiar with, you know, so I can just learn. I can play around and I can toy around with it and just get some experience with it. You know, I'm not going to, you know, nobody, I liken it to like novelists. No one writes Shakespeare as their first novel. You know, no one writes a Shakespearean sonnet as their first novel. It just doesn't happen, right? Everybody starts somewhere. And you're going to throw away a lot of manuscripts. You're going to throw away a lot of stuff that you've written. A lot of, you know, nobody writes an awesome short story even as their first story. Like everybody, you're going to write a lot of stuff and you're going to toss it in the trash. And that's exactly what you should be doing if you're just learning, right? Like, it's just, so many people have this idea in their head that, you know, but you're spending all this time and you're not going to hit it out of the park. It's like, it's my time to spend. And, you know, it's more important that I learn something than produce something worthwhile, you know? The worthwhile production is me understanding what the hell I'm doing. And that doesn't benefit anybody else except myself. It's very selfish, but you know, it's part of learning. You don't always have to be producing something for other people to consume, you know? Anyway, I'm getting off on a crazy rant, tangent, all those things. But I'm glad to help whenever you have questions. So what am I doing here? So if I'm trying to say, so last frame update is the last time we did an update. Taking now and I'm subtracting that from that time. And I'm doing modulo against logic updates per second. Which, if it was an even number, would be 1. Right? So, no. It would be 0. Because modulo is the remainder. So if it divided evenly, then you would get 0 as a remainder. We're never going to get 0 as a remainder because it's not a evenly divisible number anyway. So the question is, at what point do I say do I say it's got to be greater than or equal to 1? See, here's where if I was good at math, I would be able to do this. But since I'm not good at math, I'm going to probably pick the wrong solution here. Let's think. So what would it be? It would be, so if it was, if I did just greater than or equal to 1, that would definitely mean that an update has to happen. But is that late in the cycle? I mean, should it be more like 0.5? Let me think here. So if I do, let's try it on the calculator here. Do I have a science mode? Here we go. Yeah, so if I do, let's say last frame update timer is 5. Now, well, let's say now is 5. Last frame update timer is 1. So that'll be 4. So we'll say 4 modulo 30 equals. Wait, did I do that right? Hang on. Can you prepare group Discord, YouTube channel, their Discord page? If you're asking, I'm not sure what you're asking, Teddy. My Discord is, I don't really use Discord that much. I mean, I can give you the Discord, but it's not, I rarely use it. But let's see. Oh, you know what? Oh, that's percent. Duo, yeah. So if I did, let me think here. So 4 Duo 30 is 4, because it'd be 4 goes into 30. What? times. No. 7 times 4, 7, 14, 21, 20. 7 times. That should be 2. I guess I'm not thinking about this correctly. Yeah, because that would be... Well, let me see something. So if I do 4 divided by 30, I get that. Oh, I guess that's why it's saying 4, because it's basically 0. If I did 6 mod 30, because it's less than... Yeah, okay, so that's not going to work. I see what's happening, because it's less than the thing. Oh, it would have to be, let's do 30 mod 4. Yeah, now I'm getting the result I expect. So if I flip that around, okay. I see what they were doing. I see why they were doing... Okay. Now I understand a little bit better. So they were doing divide because you're getting close to... Because you're subtracting these and it's milliseconds. So as soon as you get to like... the correct number of milliseconds, you'll be getting closer to 1. Right. So that has to be... Alright, I see what's going on. So this has to be divide, then this has to be... let's do this right. So this will be 1,000 divided by 30. Which is going to give me an integer, which is probably not going to be correct, but, well, it won't be we'll see. It'll probably be accurate enough. Yeah, so we'll have those. 5 by 60. So then that means... So this makes more sense, and I don't need to do math floor now, which is even better. I can just say return delta frame timer greater than or equal to 1.0f. All right. Yeah, so I can do that. So now I understand it a little bit better. I just had to do it myself. Okay. Right. It's really not per second, it's per... Yeah, whatever. It works. It works one way or the other. Okay, so that's the should render. Although that's not really should render. It's logic. It's not logic updates per second. It's default frames per second. There we go. As to when I should render. And we'll do private boolean should run logic. And I don't need a time here anymore. It's even better. Yeah, that's fine. So long now. Then current time milliseconds. Float delta logic timer. Minus last logic update timer. Divide it by logic updates per second. Return delta logic timer greater than equal to 1.0f. Okay. Whoops. There we go. All right, we'll say if should run logic to do if should render that window update part of the render? I think it really is. Swap buffers, probably. So let's move that up here. And then what I'll do is say let's do delta logic. That's not it. Last logic update timer equals current time milliseconds. Last frame update timer go. Okay, so I have that. Render should do that. Okay, and rendering loop. And then when we get out of the rendering loop, I mean, that's basically where it, okay. You can call cleanup. So they did have like a cleanup thing here, right? Yeah, they call cleanup on themselves. Which makes sense. Private void cleanup. Cleanup, okay. So we'll say private void. Nope. Do window. Cleanup, and then I'm gonna put, I have the model up there. I'm gonna put the what does model renderer do? Just creates the shader stuff. Which will need to create capabilities and stuff loaded before I can do that, I think. So that's why that's there. But let's put that private model renderer. Set that here, which means I don't need pass that along to that. And that allows me to do renderer dot. Is there a cleanup in here? No. It's fine. There's the, where did I put the terminate and stuff? I think I put that in the window, didn't I? Okay, so that window cleanup should do that. So then here we'll say, nope. Okay. Okay, very good. So back in the main method, call GL engine. Engine dot knit. And then main loop, right? let's see where that puts me right now. Assuming it actually compiles. Well, it actually compiled. And it failed. Okay. And now I can't kill it. Terminate it. There we go. No context is current, or a function that is not available in the current context was called. 73. Yeah, where did I put the make current? Shouldn't there be a make current here somewhere? App logic init. Where are we at? Main. It's not there. Window. GLFW make context current. Do I not have that in my window? I have it in there. No context is current, or a function that is not available in the current context was called. That's the render. So where did they put? So they put their render somewhere else, right? They put it in. So, wait, where are we at here? Where's engine at? Here it is. Run poll events. App logic updates. Renders. Where's render coming from? New render. GL clear, GL viewports. Scene render. That calls all that. Which I am ultimately calling, just not that way. So their render method, how is their render method? Because it does this, GL clear, GL viewport, right? Oh, it doesn't do push matrix and pop matrix. Is that what it just does viewport. And the scene renderer dot render. So where do they do their push matrix and their pop matrix? Or do they do it? I don't think they do. Viewport. Window. Engine. Oh, I don't think they do that. So maybe I don't. Maybe that's what's causing me issues. They're just setting viewport. 0, 0, window get width, window get height. Which I thought I set the viewport already. It's not in here. All right, so I'll set gl46.gl set gl viewport. So 0, 0, window. I gotta get the width and the height there. Source, generate getters and setters, width and height, get width. Go. See if that works. Project clean. Run. Okay, that's... My mouse cursor's not going crazy, so that's good. It's still not loading the texture, but like I said, that's probably some other thing I'm just kind of missing right now. close that out. And most importantly, it didn't tear down the system with it. Let's try running it again and make sure here. Alright. Yeah, so far so good. Let's see what we're doing here. Top. Oops. Top. We're using 100% CPU. Okay. That's, you know, that's a thing. So it's certainly utilizing the resources there, but at least it's not crashing everything. It's not utilizing more resources than it's supposed to. So that's good. Just not sure why the textures aren't loading. It definitely reads the file, because I have error conditions around that. But it's not loading in. It's not loading in the texture for it. I don't know if that's just because I don't know if there's just no texture information in the model. I mean, that could be the case, right? Let me look here. All right, well, we'll just have to keep looking through. I'll have to look back through this and see if I missed something. I mean, I was leaving out stuff with like the shaders and stuff, so there might be something in here that I left out that I now have to put back in because I now have shaders. So it's entirely possible that that's the case. But hey, we've got the application back under control. At least it's not crashing the system, not tearing the system down with it, which is always a good thing. And we've got it properly pushed away from the camera and stuff, so we can see it. Although it looks like, I think we're looking at it from top down, maybe from the way it seemed there, but I'm not sure. It kind of looked like it was. I don't know if it's fully loading the model or not. That's the part that I'm not sure about. Right, because this is... Do I still have the picture of the model up here somewhere? Yeah. This is the model. Right. So it looks like we're looking at it from the top down, which would make sense. Right, like these are the guns here, I bet. Although I don't know what that top protrusion is. So I'm not entirely sure. And then we've got... Yeah, I'm getting a feeling like maybe the model is not loaded properly right now. We definitely were loading it properly the last time, but I was doing it direct. and I didn't have nearly as many flags set on it as this has. And yet it loaded it fairly properly. Where's the, where do I load the model at? Model loader. Yeah, so we've got like all this stuff here. Limit bone weights, pre-transform vertices, calc tangent space. I think all I had before was like join identical vertices and fix in-facing normals and triangulate, right? Gen smooth normals. There's nothing if a mesh does not have normals. Tangent space, such as normal mapping applied to meshes. Yeah. So some of that might be doing it. Like some of that might not be part of the model file. I wonder if, just out of curiosity, because we can do this pretty quickly here. If I take this and let's comment this one out for a second. And we'll get rid of these other ones here. Just go with the 3 I kind of had before. Let's see if that does anything. Looks like it's about the same. Let me make sure that's built. Yeah, looks about the same. Okay. So I don't think it was that. That seems to not have had any real effect on it. But it does look, to me it looks a little bit wrong. Because I don't know where these like protrusions are coming from, those wings, right? Like it's got these up here, but and maybe it's because we're too far away from it. I mean, I could, where do I do that translate at? That's not it. I create the entity in, oh yeah, this is it. So if I did minus 2 like they had, and see what that looks like. It's definitely a lot closer. Are we looking at it from behind? See, it's hard to tell without the textures. Let's try -4 and let's set the rotation to 0, 0, 0. See what happens instead of 1. Okay. Let's set the rotation back to 1. And see what happens. so those are the guns. So we're looking at it forward on, I think. Yeah, these are the fins. And these are the guns. So we're looking at it forward on. Right? So I wish they had a forward-looking view of it here. So these were the guns. And there's the fins that we were seeing. And then these are the wings. It's just the wings look a little bit weird. They don't look like they don't look full, but it's because we're kind of looking straight on, I think, and nothing's, like, the textures aren't on there. So I think that's what's going on. That's why it kind of looks wrong. Okay. So the real question becomes, well, I mean, the real question is, as it has been, why aren't the textures loading? Now we know that, I do know that the model object had a reference to the textures in it because it was looking at a different path than what I have set here. So where are we going at? Development models. Sci-fi ship. Have texture there. Sci-fi ship textures. 01 PNG. And emissive. And then I think that is... Where are we at here? Oh, we're under development. Okay. Models. Textures. Okay, so that's the texture file. And then this is the emissive file, which would be for the engine exhausts. There's the FBX file. So that's the real question right now. Oh, you know what? And it could be because I have my field of view set to 90, which is what I would normally set it to, but that could be, we could be getting kind of a fisheye lens a little bit. Let me set this to 60. They had it in the code. Yeah, see, it looks a little bit better at 60 because it was kind of fisheyeing a little bit. I do have this logging though, right? Like if it's not loading the file, I should see that it's not loading the file. Yeah, I've got a logger error on there, and I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, not really seeing anything at all in there. Now that could be because I changed the way the logger was working, and maybe it's not logging properly, but these are straight logger calls. So I also throw a runtime exception, which should cause it to exit, and it's not. So I get the feeling that that's working. Now, whether these settings are correct is another story. Height. Path. Okay. Texture 2D. Impact alignment. What does this do? Now they were doing an SVG, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, they were doing a PNG as well. For their default texture. Okay. Texture path, width, height, channels. And then 4. With height channels 4. Yeah, I don't know. The min filter and mag filter, I don't know if any of those are... I have to look up what these actually mean. Because my guess is that it's just not reading the right section of the PNG. Because it looks to me like if I run this, it actually does look like it has a little bit of a texture loaded here. But nothing else. And actually, honestly, I think it is texturing this, because before we could see the sections where the glass would be here, and we're not seeing it now. We're just seeing a default white. So I feel like it's just reading the wrong portions of the PNG. maybe. There's also the possibility that I am not loading the right stuff into the shaders. Let's see, shaders. That diffuse sampler, because it's like TXT sampler. Position, looking for position 1.0. Texture coordinates is texture coord. Like these shaders aren't doing much of anything, right? Other than to look to see what some of this means, because this is diffuse. I'm also wondering if there's if this is not set. Because to me it seems like it's trying to... It's looking at the texture for a particular set of coordinates, and then it's adding to that. It's trying to come up with a color. It's adding to that the diffuse color. What happens if I take this off? Just out of curiosity. Huh. It actually fails. Material. Uniform name. Wait, so... See, this has a lowercase m. Did they actually have a lowercase m or a capital M? Because I'm really curious about that at the moment. Material.diffuse. They had... Where am I at here? The renderer. So... Shader program, maybe? No, scene render. They have lowercase. Oh. I have lowercase, but then their shader had capital, right? Or did I missee that? Yeah, they have a capital M material. So is that doing a variable replacement? How does that? It shouldn't be referencing it, right? It's what if I did x equals material dot diffuse. Unable to compile shader X undeclared. Yeah, I guess that is true. It is undeclared. If I just do this by itself, it's probably not going to like that either, but let's just see something here. Unable to find shader uniform location for name, material diffuse, and shader program 1. Huh. But if I do the plus here, it's fine. Weird. Okay. I gotta figure out how this works, because that doesn't make... I mean, it sort of makes sense, but it also sort of doesn't, because it should have seen that material diffuse was there. So why does that have a... Why does it have to be this? Is my question on that one. And also, what is the point of this? Because setting GL position... But it's not, it's just taking whatever texture coordinate came in and it's just pushing it right back out again. Which, again, seems like a big waste. But I'll have to we'll have to read up on these. I'll have to read up some more on these. But I need to stop there because my brain is going crazy right now. My brain is shutting down very rapidly. Let's go and commit some stuff for a change. Shader, OpenGL engine, OpenGL window. Add all those in. Yeah, okay. Shaders compiling, model loading, main loop, taking into account, I guess logic, time slices and rendering time slices. Okay. Need to figure out what is up with textures. Okay. Do that. Oop, my stomach is going crazy. Yeah, alright. So I got that out there right now. So that's good. Okay. We've made a bunch of progress, I feel like. Even though not a lot has changed visually, we've made a lot of progress as far as getting like some of the basics done and getting some of the basic layouts together, and I still have to move stuff around to where it makes sense to me and all that stuff. But yeah, I think we're good right now, my friends. So that'll do it for me for tonight. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. I may not, because I have off on Monday, so I might stream just because I have off and it doesn't matter. Or I might just take the day off. We'll see. If I do stream, we'll see what game it is. I don't know. I might do like, thinking of maybe doing Lego Horizon and seeing if I can get close, if not completely finish the game. We'll probably maybe get close, or at least make a step forward in it. Because next week is a lot of games coming out. And only one of me. Many of them, one of me. So we'll have to see how all that's going to flesh out. I'll probably post on the social needs my schedule that I can think of at the time anyway, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, that will do it. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I don't think, I'm gonna look and see, but I don't think Corey is on right now, but I'm gonna go check. See if anybody's on right now. No, there's nobody on right now. All right, cool. Yep, that's it for me. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
old story. Boy finds girl, boy loses girl, girl finds boy. Boy forgets girl, boy remembers girl. And girl dies in a tragic blimp accident over the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day.
Good year.
No, the worst.